Hello and welcome everyone here to now wonderful Kevin Walitsky Field here as we get ready for today's ball game between your Boulder Collegians and the Mile High Tribe. As we apologize for the delay, we are getting everything all set up here. As first pitch all the way to River Jackson is taken for a ball, and we are underway. First pitch at 2:05 p.m. Here pitching today for Mile High. Here we have Aiden Burton as the next pitch. Taken for a ball. Count now goes to 2-0. Lineup for Boulder. You have Jackson, Hirayama, Castellanos, Sobieschek, Hildy, Woolwine, Lukasevich, Williams, and Zenicola with Zach White doing the pitching as the next pitch taken high to River Jackson as the count goes to 3-0. So now again here, the speedy River Jackson is like working with 3-0 count. Next pitch on the way is taken high for ball 4. So a leadoff walk here for River Jackson as we get things started here in the top half of the first inning. A leadoff walk for one of the fastest men on this team. As now that's going to bring up Hunter Hirayama to the dish. Hirayama, the Hawaiian native, taking on here Burton. But for Hirayama, he's been hitting the ball hard. He's just been going right at the fielders. Trying to get that big extra base. He's got the speed to turn a single into a double as the next pitch misses way high as the count now goes to 1-0. Burton's still yet to throw a strike. You get the tall righty. Looks in, gets a sign here at the home of the Smoky Hill Buffaloes. Looks in now right, next on the way. It's taken for a strike as the count now goes to 0-1. Umpires for today's game, you've got Zane Covey right behind the plate and Ernie Martinez, the man at the field. All right, next delivery is taken low for a ball. Taking off for second is Jackson. He's there without a slide and is in safely. Stolen base for River Jackson, showing just how fast he is. Does not even need to slide to get on to second. So now we're here once more here. 1-1 to count here with Boulder with a runner on its scoring position. Leaning a little bit from right to left. All right, next pitch from Burton is driven to left. Going for it now is left. Let's go fall in for a base hit. Jackson will stay at third as Hunter Hirayama gets the first base hit of the day for Boulder and is now put runners on the corners here for Diego Castellanos. Dylan Noah, the left fielder, they're fielding that one for the Tribe, as now that'll bring up the powerful outfielder in Castellanos. No score yet here, top half of the first inning. If you're just joining us here, we are here between Boulder and Mile High. A bit of wind blowing out here in Aurora. Next pitch on the way is taken outside for a ball. Count goes to 1-0 on Castellanos. A beautiful day here. A lot of wind though, so expect the balls to be moved a little bit off their trajectories from it. Now Bird's next pitch on the way is fouled off, had the hit and run going, as that one will find its way. We are just past the dugout. Thankfully, there's a little housing development off to the left side there, but thankfully the ball did not go into there. So that brings the count out of 1-1. So here we go once more, the lefty-righty battle. Next pitch taken for a strike. Hunter Hirayama goes down to second, and there was no throw. Stolen base there for Hunter Hirayama. So Boulder already has 2 stolen bases here in the inning, and now have 2 runners on in scoring position with 1-2 the count here to Castellanos. So now a single here will drive in 2. Still no score yet here in the top half of the first. Next pitch on the way is taken outside for a ball. The count now goes to 2-2. Because right now the Boulder Collegians making Burton work in the top half of the first, getting things going here. Next pitch on the way, taken outside, full count, 3-2 now here on Castellanos. But right now, man on deck, Isaac Sobieschek. Burton looks in and gets his sign. Now ready to kick the fire is fouled off. We'll try it again. Burton now ready here as time is taken here as they retrieve the foul ball. Catcher for today's game is Campbell Framk. Now ready here, Burton once more. Top half of the first inning, no score. Next pitch on the way is driven into left, and that is also going to drop in for a base hit. Scoring is River Jack's Hunter Hirayama, falling right behind to throw the plate, not in time. 2 RBI double there for Diego Castellanos, and now Boulder leads it early 2-0. So a 2 RBI single there for Diego Castellanos here. Puts him on at first. Now bring him Isaac Sobieschek to the dish. Boulder already out to an early lead here in the first due to some good base running and good technical hitting, as well as good patience at the plate. There's still nobody out here in the inning. The next pitch on the way for Burton. This is high as the count now goes to 1-0. 2-0 the score here in the top half of the first inning. Still nobody out here for Boulder. We get ready now. Burton's next pitch on the way is taken low for a strike as home plate umpire Zane Covey liked that one. So now 1-1, a mirror count. Burton looks in, gets the sign. Next is a high drive, deep to center field, looking up, and goodbye, baseball! Isaac Sobieschek chimes in with his second home run on the season, a 2-run shot, and now Boulder leads at a score of 4-0. They have come out swinging here in Aurora. But 2 more runs in for Boulder now makes it a 4-0 ball game off the bat of Isaac Sobieschek. So now that's going to bring up Chase Hildy up to the dish, still with nobody out here in the top half of the first inning. Also, if you'd like to interact with the stream at all, feel free to leave a comment here. I like to highlight comments and talk with the stream as well. As the next pitch taken for a strike, count goes to 0-1. Whether or not you be for Boulder or for Mile High, we love talking with any and all. All right, next pitch, ground ball over to the first base, and it's fielded in just foul territory. That brings the count now to 0-2. So into the count now on the right fielder, Hildy. Defensively, for Mile High from left to right, you've got Noah, you've got Roberts, and you've got Alder. Around the infield here, you got Martinez, Roth. Over at second base is Seppelt as the next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-2. At first, then you've got Blakemore with Framke doing the catching today for catcher Burton. As the pitcher Burton is next to another ground ball fouled on first base line. Keeps the count right where it's at 1-2. But 4 runs already in for Boulder in the top half of the first inning. Still no outs. Whereas they've been aggressive early, but also taking advantage of some good pitches. The next on the way. A high pop-up, foul territory, may be playable for the third baseman, who raises his head to see that it goes out of place. We'll try it once more. 1-2 the count. But Boulder working quickly here in this first inning. A walk from River Jackson, a singles from Hunter Hirayama and Diego Castellanos. Next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 2-2. And then the 2-run home run by Isaac Sobieschek. That's how we got to where we're at right now. So now, right, next pitch on the way from Burton is fouled off, and Hildy is really fighting in this at-bat. Spoiling off pitches until he gets one that he likes. As right now, Aiden Burton has been really attacking in this at-bat. Interesting is to note here as well for Mile High, they are not playing with a DH. their pitcher is hitting in this. Next on the way. Another foul ball as Hildy has been really fighting here, trying to get a pitch that he likes.
Yeah, so I haven't been to any of those games yet. And
So now again, Burton looking in is ready. He's getting the sign here from Framke. The next pitch on the way. Taken high, a full count, an impressive full count work so far for Chase Hildy. Was down 0-2 earlier in the count. Has now worked it full after a bunch of savvy foul offs. The payoff on the way. Driven to right, but hooking foul. Once again, he really got good wood on that one, but does not stay fair. So that'll keep the count right where it's at here at 3-2.
Sure.
Now we're just waiting for another baseball to come back in, and we get it now. So we're started. Right now, Aiden Burton still trying to get that first out. Next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 4. A big walk there for Chase Hildy, as he now will trot over to first base after a hard-earned walk. Not as hard-earned a walk as you can get. And after a long at-bat like that, that definitely counts as a win for him. So now that'll bring up Derek Woolwine, first baseman, up to the dish. And with Chase Hildy on at first, there've already been 2 stolen bases. I would not be too surprised if he also tried to take second, as the next pitch is taken. For ball thrown down to first base. The ball is not picked, as Hildy will now round second, heading for third. The no throw to third. Now there's going to be a play at the plate, as Hildy scores all the way from first. The ball gets away from the first baseman in Blakemore. And now that's an unearned run, but Hildy scores. It's now 5-0 in favor of Boulder. So a back pick gone wrong, as the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. The count now goes to 1-1. So 1-1 to count. Here now on Woolwine, next on the way. Swung on and missed. He took a mighty hack at that one, as the count now goes to 1-2. Boulder now leading at 5-0 here in the top half of the first inning. Next pitch on the way. Taken low, as the count now evens out at 2-2. But the E3 here for Hildy over at first base. He was actually going a little bit late, went off of the back pick, as the next pitch is taken high for ball 3, full count now 3-2. Still no outs here in the first inning. Boulder leading at 5-0. Next on the way. Taken for strike 3, and Woolwine did not like the call. He had already tossed his bat, but that is strike 3 and the first out of the inning here for Mile High, and that'll bring up left fielder in Steven Lukasevich. So Lukasevich, one of the 4 catchers on the team. We've seen him put on the gear, as well as Brett Williams, Lukasevich, Shane Crow there, as we saw in the last game there for Boulder, as well as I just have lost his name. My apologies. On the way is a line drive into left field. That's going to be a base hit for Lukasevich, as Lukasevich now stands on at first. Here he gets a 1-out single. So now he's the one man on. That'll bring up Brett Williams, the catcher, for today, and that will bring time here, as the pitching coach going to come out here and talk to his pitcher, trying to settle him down after giving up another hit. And while we do this, we're going to take a quick moment here to thank some of our sponsors for today's game. We'd like to thank Alpine Bank for their continued sponsorship, as well as the Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World as a proud supporter, and WK Real Estate, all amazing supporters of your Boulder Collegians.
If you do want something.
As right now they are up still 5-0 here in the inning. Now the home plate umpire on this one, Zane Covey, going out to break up the meeting there between Burton and his pitching coach. 1 out here in the top half of the first inning. Brett Williams is up. Now again, one of the 4 catchers on the roster here for Boulder. Now another look in here. This is the first chance here today for Brett Williams in the top half of the first as Burton looks down. Next pitch on the way. Off speed, misses a bit high as the count now goes to 1-0. Mike Brunetti, the other catcher I was thinking of just a moment ago. Don't know how I could forget the New York native, but he's also one of the great catchers on the team. His next pitch taken inside as Williams has to kind of shimmy back off. The count goes to 2-0. But an impressive start here for Boulder. 5 runs off of a couple of big hits. Next pitch on the way is taken for a ball. Count goes to 3-0. We have the 2-run single by Diego Castellanos, and then the 2-run home run by Isaac Sobieschek. The 5th run came in off of Chase Hilby, who got on to first with a well-earned walk and then scored off of an error. As the next pitch taken for ball 4, so another walk given up here by Burton. As now they'll bring up the number 9 hitter in Zane Zinicola to the dish. Zinicola, the designated hitter, batting lefty. As now we're going to have a courtesy runner come out here for Williams. That's going to be number 1, TJ Newman. So TJ Newman, again, a starting pitcher, relief pitcher, and courtesy runner. He just loves to play the game. Now Zane Zinicola up. The next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 1 as the count goes to 1-0. But it's fun. We were talking with TJ Newman not too long ago, and it is evident just by talking how much he loves this game, how much he loves baseball. Now Burton set the next pitch on the way. Taken inside for a ball, 2-0 the count. I was asking him about the fact that he does pitching, he does courtesy running, and his response was, I just love getting out and playing the game. He just loves getting out any chance he can to make a name for himself on the field. Next is a ground ball fouled on the first base line. Brings the count out of 2-1. His energy is truly charismatic. His energy is truly infectious. Really fun guy to be around. As I'm now being told hi by one Alec Martinez and Nolan Archuleta. Good 2 teammates over Boulder. You saw him on the screen for just a moment there. Next on the way. Is taken for a ball. 3-0 the count with the leadoff man, River Jackson, the man on deck. Led off this game with a walk. Still 1 out here in the top half of the first inning. As now Burton looks around at second. A lot of bouncing around there from Lukasevich. Pitch on the way. This is high for ball 4. So another walk here. That is the second straight walk given up here by Burton. And now the bases are loaded as Lukasevich goes to third. Newman goes to second. And Zane Zinicola goes on to first with the bases loaded. Now bring up River Jackson. So the 10th man to the dish here for Boulder in the top half of the first inning. 5-0 your score. So Burton now has gone through the lineup once, giving up 5 runs. He looks in, gets his sign, next pitch on the way, misses high as the count now goes to 1-0. And right now, a quick time call here as the catcher going out, just calling down his pitcher, Kramke. Just going out talking down to Burton like, hey, you know what? It doesn't matter. Treat every pitch like it's 0-1 and there's nobody on. Just go out and attack, and we'll get the outs for you. So with that, now we're about ready here again in the top half of the first inning. 5-0 the score, 1-0 the count here on River Jackson, who's 0-for-0 with a walk back in the first. Run scored, stolen base. Next pitch on the way is a high pop-up into foul territory here as the fans on the right side have to keep an eye out. The count now goes to 1-1. So we'll try it again now here. 1-1 count, 1 out. Here in the first inning, one's wild. Bases still loaded. All right, next delivery. A high pop-up, maybe playable down the right field line. Going for it is the right fielder and first baseman. And that ball's going to be caught for an out, but all the runners will tag, and that'll be another run in for Boulder. So that is going to be a fly out here for River Jackson. But technically it's going to go as a sac fly. A sac fly 9. with an RBI. As on the play, Steven Lukasevich is going to score from it. And now it's 6-0 in favor of Boulder. Again, that play right there is a perfect example of how this team likes to play. They are so quick. They are so fast. They're willing to take the extra base whenever they can get it, as the next pitch to Hunter Hirayama is taken for a strike. As the count goes to, oh no, excuse me, that was not an out. Looks like that dropped in for a single. I can't quite see down the first base line here. Looks like it was an RBI single as the next pitch on the way. Ground ball up the middle, taken by the shortstop here. Flips to the second for one. The relay to first, not in time. So a fielder's choice RBI there for Hunter Hirayama will now make it a 7-0 game. So Hunter Hirayama gets on first. River Jackson cut out at second base. But 7-0. Now the score in favor of Boulder. That'll bring up Diego Castellanos, who got the scoring started here for Boulder in the top half of the inning. First pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Castellanos got a full count and at least a double for 2 runs, which got the big scoring explosion start for them in the inning. His next pitch is fouled off. Count goes to 0-2 now. But for Diego Castellanos has been absolutely on fire as he's gotten a lot of big base hits, as well as, of course, having his own home run as well. Grand slam. Next pitch on the way. Misses high as the count now goes to 1-2 as Bird trying to get him to chase. Now the runner's going to be trying to go, and there was a avoidance, and he's still called down. A good effort there by Zane Zenicola, and that will end the inning. But 7 runs come across for Boulder off of not 1, not 2, not 3. No, exactly. Yeah, no, 3 hits. 7 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on. We now head to the bottom of the first. It's Boulder 7 at Mile High coming up. Bottom half of the first inning now as Boulder takes a commanding 7-0 lead here in the top half of the first. So now to the bottom of the first we go. As leading off will be Tanner Roberts here for the Mile High Tribe. Zach White on the bump here for Boulder, getting his next try as the first pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. Defensively for Boulder, you got in the outfield from left to right. You got Lukasevich, you got Castellanos and Hildy. With around the infield, you got Sobieschek, Hirayama, Jackson, and Woolwine, with Brett Williams doing the catching today for Zach White. Now White's ready. Next pitch on the way to Roberts. High and tight. Misses for ball one. Count now goes to 1-1. So, well, again, we've seen from White, he's got a lot of velocity, good off-speed break-in stuff here. It's his third time out. Next pitch on the way is taken, just misses outside for ball two. Count goes to 2-1. He's only given up so far one run on the season. First time out against Denver General was absolutely fantastic. But his last time out here had a little bit of an issue, but still walked away with the win. His next pitch misses for ball 3, 3-1 to count, excuse me. So right now, again, Zach White facing off here against Tanner Roberts, the center fielder. Now ready, the next pitch from White, 3-1. Misses high for ball 4, leadoff walk here to Tanner Roberts as Mile High Tribe gets things started here in the bottom half of the first inning, as now Dylan Noah comes up to the dish. So Dylan Noah, number 11, here comes up to face off against Zach White, lefty v righty. Yeah, the first pitch called strike here to Noah. That one had some major velocity to it. You could hear that one here right off of the Williams there. So White again working, barely gives the runner any notice. The next pitch, a high drive and it takes it left center field. Going backward is Castellanos and Lukasevich, and Castellanos is there. He'll field it off the wall. That's going to be a double here for Mile High Tribe, as coasting into third base is Tanner Roberts, and Dylan Noah gets a big base hit here for Mile High, and now they have runners on in scoring position for the catcher Campbell Fremke. So now, even after a big first inning, Mile High Tribe definitely not done yet. Here, the bottom half of the first inning, getting their first chance to swing the sticks here, and they're already making good use of it with a walk and a double. As now time is called as Brett Williams going to go talk to his pitcher here. And it's not a long conversation, but Brett Williams is such a nice guy as well. More than likely was just about going and saying, look, man, you got this. Just keep trusting your pitches and you know what you're doing. He really has a lot of trust in his guys and as well in his own ability. So now we're back in play, ready to go again. Zach White. Ready now, looking in the next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike. Good velocity on the fastball. The count goes to 0-1. Runner on at third base, Tanner Roberts. Over on at second, Dylan Noah. Still no outs here in the bottom half of the first. That's White. Now Ray looking in. Next pitch on the way. The off speed gets the call on the inner part of the plate as the count goes to 0-2. And that's the off speed that we were talking about here from Zach White. He's got a really good off speed pitch to offset with that fastball. Fastball is definitely still the out pitch. Now ready, the 0-2. Little liner, as that was fielded by River Jackson. A second, he's got those the first in time for the out, but the runners will advance. So that is an RBI 4-3 grounder for Campbell Fremke. It's now 7-1 with Boulder still ahead. So Tanner Roberts scores on the play, and Dylan Noah moves over to third. But there's one out now here in the bottom half of the first, and that's going to bring up Zeke Adler. Zeke Adler, the right fielder for today's ball game here. Wears number 5 on his back. So now, one of the only runs somewhere that Zach's given up on the air, and the next pitch hits him in the heel, and he's hurt. That's a painful trot over to first, and he has to take a couple bounces trying to work that one off, and that one looked like it hurt quite a bit. So hopefully he's all right. Still take the painful trot to first. Now that'll bring the first baseman, number 13, in Bradley Blakemore. So now the righty here, Blakemore facing off against the righty here, and Zach White. Bottom half of the first inning, 7-1 the score. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. White again looking around at the runners. Next pitch on the way. It's fouled off. And that one went right off of the home plate umpire Zane Covey's chest protector as good guy Brad Williams they're going to go take a second to go talk to his pitcher to give the umpire a little chance to recollect himself. Looks like Zane's fine, though. And I've worn the protector myself for a good number of years, in fact, 15 years to be exact. And you get used to taking shots off the chest like that. But it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt at all. It just means you have to work about keeping it all right and safe. So on to the count now here on Lakemore. And Zach White trying to get that second out here of the inning. Next pitch on the way. Just misses outside. Count goes to 1-2. As now we have another play as the ball goes past the catcher White, and now scoring from third on the play here is Dylan Noah. So call that one an E2 in the books. Here, so no earned run there off for White, but that's an error here on Williams, and now it's 7-2, still in favor of Boulder. A lot of scoring here in the first inning. For both sides, the next pitch is fouled off a high fastball. Gets the count right where it's at 1-2. Now White looking in, is set and ready. The next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike three. Second out of the inning. Here now for White. As now it is 7-2 still. The two outs in this inning coming off of the ground ball from Campbell Framke back in the earlier and drove in the first run of the ball game for Mile High and Tanner Roberts, and then the strikeout there from Riley Blakemore. Scoreboard says one, but there are two outs here in the inning. As now ready, the next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed to the new hitter here in Isaac Seppelt. As now right here we go. Next pitch in the dirt. Count now goes to 1-1 on Seppelt. But 7-2 the score here in this ballgame. The first of a doubleheader between your Boulder Collegians and the Mile High Tribe. Now right, next on the way. Swung on and fouled into the glove. Now back pick over to first, but the ball gets blocked away a little. Looks like it actually goes off of the runner there in Zeke Adler, who was hit by pitch. So he's like, come on, man, what do I got to do? Well, looks like he's okay, just playing with it a little bit of fun. The count now 1-2 here on Seppelt. Zach White ready. Here we go. Looks in, gets a sign from Williams. Next pitch. Gets him on the outside pitch for strike three, and that will end the inning. So one run comes in off of one hit, one error, and two men on as we now head to the top half of the second. Our score 7-2 with Boulder ahead. Top half of the second inning as the center fielder, Diego Castellanos, gets his next chance here. As last time he did come up back in the top half of the first. He had a 1-2 count before Zane Zinicola, who had gotten all the way to third, was cut out trying to go back home. Now ready, here we go. Next pitch on the way. The high pop-up in play here. Right in the kind of Bermuda Triangle, but it looks like it's going to be the second baseman. They're going to try and call it, can't get to it. So that is going to be I'm not quite sure what we're going to call that one. I'm going to say that's just going to be a base hit, as no one's really made an error, as it was right in between three men. So that's going to be a single there for Diego Castellanos to get things started. Second hit of the ball game. So now top half of the second inning here, 7-2 the score. Castellanos takes the first pitch he sees and pops it up, but it goes right in between Roberts, Rotha, and Seppelt. Seppelt's the one who called it off, but wasn't able to come up with the ball. So now that'll bring up Isaac Sobieschek. Has a homer in this game already. He's 1 for 1. First pitch, an off speed, misses. Count goes to 1-0. Sobieschek now with 2 homers on the season, ties Chase Hildy for the team lead. Next pitch on the way. He gets him on the arm. So he will take the painful trot over to first with Diego Castellanos moving over to second. And Sobieschek now on at first. He's gone on base now twice today. So that'll now bring up Chase Hildy to the dish. Got something, Zeke? So now with Hildy, who reached via a walk back in the first inning, but later on score off of a back pick gone wrong. Now Burton's next pitch on the way is a ground ball in the infield. Burton is able to field it. Will take it to the bag himself for the out. He's just barely able to make that, but good speed there by Burton. So that's going to be a very kind of rare 1 unassisted. You don't write that in your book too often. 1 unassisted, but both runners advance to base. So Castellanos now on at third, and Sobieschek on at second. That'll now bring up the first baseman, Derek Woolwine. So the first baseman, Woolwine, struck out looking back in the top of the first. Next pitch, a high drive into deep right field. Going for it is the right fielder, and that one is gone! Goodbye, baseball! Derek Woolwine gets his first shot. It is a 3-run bomb here in the second inning. It is now 10-2 in favor of Boulder. Another deep shot there for Derek Woolwine. His actually first on this season, I should say. Here scores both Diego Castellanos and Isaac Sobieschek. So he now has 3 RBIs on the game with the home run. That'll bring up Steven Lukasevich. And it looks like we're going to have a new pitcher coming up here for Mile High. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the pitching change for you. You are listening to Boulder Collegians Baseball on YouTube. All right, new pitcher here for Mile High as Gavin McCown comes in to pitch for Aiden. Burton's day is done. Number 10 here for McCown. But Burton didn't even get to hit in their lineup. Here, day is done at 1 1/3 innings plus. First pitch all the way is a ground ball there by going to third base, but throws over to first, and a pick is made by the first baseman Blake Moore, and that is a 5-3 ground out for the second out here of the inning. So now that'll bring up here Brett Williams, who walked his last time up. But 1 1/3 innings plus 5 hits, 10 runs, 9 earned, 3 walks, and 1 strikeout for Burt. Now Gavin McCown. It's 1 pitch and 1 out here in the top half of the second inning. Again, 10-0 is your score. As now the first pitch to Williams is swung on and fouled off. So that brings the count out to 0-1. Well, so if Brett Williams gets on base, we'll more than likely see TJ Newman go in to run for him. So more than likely, we also probably won't see TJ Newman pitch in this game. But it's not out of the question as the next pitcher breaking ball misses for ball 1. Count now goes to 1-1. Top half of the second inning, 10-2. The score. A huge offensive explosion in the first inning for Boulder as the next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 2-1. So now, right here we go. Next on the way is taken for a ball. Count goes to 3-1 now. So Brett Williams here working a nice at-bat here for Boulder, just like he did back his last time up. Next pitch on the way is lined into left, and that one looks like it's going to fall. It will fall right in front of Noah, the left fielder, for a base hit. Another single there for Brett Williams. He now stands on at first, and that is a 2-out knock there for Boulder. And just as expected, TJ Newman going to go run here for Williams, so Williams can go and get the gear back on. Now bring up Zane Zenicola to the dish. As Zane walked back in the first inning, he was cut out on a very interesting play, trying to steal home, and he almost got it. He did some very fancy footwork, but it was not quite close. Next pitch, a high drive into deep right, but that one is hooking foul as TJ Newman was already almost to third base, but he was running at the sound of the crack of the bat, and you know what? I love the hustle, kid. I absolutely love it. He's also extremely quick for a pitcher. For a guy that is basically only listed as a pitcher, he is extremely quick. So 0-1 the count now on Zenicola. Next on the way, Newman trying to steal. This one gets by the catcher. And so Newman will have second base easily stolen. That is a stolen base here for Newman. But it is also a wild pitch here. But it's still called a stolen base just because on that one, he took off well before the ball got past the catcher. So counts 1-1. So Zane Zenicola, lefty v righty. Zenicola is the lefty. 1-1. Newman trying to steal third. Call is down as the ball goes. A great pick by the third baseman Noah, but Newman able to take third base. He has 2 stolen bases right now as it gets over to third. Count now 2-1. Bit of an unwritten rule in baseball. You try not to make the third out at third. So stealing third base there, maybe not the best idea, but you know what? He gets it, and he has the kind of speed to make it work. The 2-1 is taken low and inside for ball 3. 3-1 now the count. As the wind's starting to pick up a little bit more here in Aurora. Over here at Kevin Walitsky Field, the home of the Smoky Hill Buffaloes. Next pitch on the way. It's low in the dirt. It bounces into the glove of the catcher there in Framke. That is a walk. The second straight walk here for Zane Zenicola. As he'll take a trot over to first base, and River Jackson gets his next chance to hit. So Jackson 1 for 1 with a RBI single back in the first, as well as a walk, has a stolen base and a run scored. It's 1 for 1. As now McCown trying to keep the lead right where it's at. Next pitch on the way is a hit and run right behind home plate. And now that'll bring They got the 0-1. On the pitch, taking off was Zinacola. Interesting as well with that he's just recently back in the lineup. He wanted to kind of get eased back into everything, but on top of it, he's also really aggressive on the base paths. Honestly, I love watching him run. He has so much speed. And also on top of it, he has some really nice footwork. On that play where even though he was called out, he was really trying to get around the catcher there and had to kind of dip and dive around. He was still called out. Now pick off over to first as Newman kind of threatens to take home on the play, but he will stay over at third. See nothing doing. 10-2, still your score. Now the top half of the second inning. It's now McCown ready again, looking in. Next pitch on the way is swung on and missed to River Jackson. The count goes to 0-2. River Jackson, again, the Greeley, Colorado Buttons. Now another pickup over to first, but it was a soft toss here, and I think that maybe just trying to get in the head of Newman over at third, as that one did not have a whole lot of speed on it over to first. And Newman took an even bigger lead off of it. It looked like they were potentially thinking about a throw back to third. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt, and stealing second base on the play, there is Zane Zinacola. So he will now be on at second with his first stolen base of the day. As the count here now 1-2 here on River Jackson. That pitch in the dirt. So now 2 runners on scoring position. Single here for Jackson could drive in 2 more. The 1-2 on the way. It's fouled off, and he just got a piece of that one. 10-2 your score here in the top half of the second inning. If you would also like to be involved in the stream, go ahead and leave a comment here on YouTube. I can see those, and we can highlight them as well. If you have any questions or any cheers you want to do, any dedications you'd even like to make, I think we could probably accommodate those as well. Yeah, we're doing this for the fans so that you guys can see what these amazing athletes are doing. The 1-2 on the way. An off-speed curveball. That one almost gets Newman, who has to do a full ballerina spin. His helmet came off. It was that hard hit. So now that he's got 1-2, it looks like everyone's okay. No one got hit. But I think there might be some talk to the dugout there between Newman and Jackson. But luckily, everyone okay. So we'll try it again here. 1-2 the count. Here as now McCown. Ready, looking in. From the stretch, the 1-2. High pop-up in foul territory down the third base line. And that one will go foul. So we'll try it again here at 1-2. From our press box here, not really able to see anything down the right field line, but we'll try and still get you as much as we possibly can here. Very, very blocked off from basically about 10 feet past third base. But with that, we're going to take a quick second here as Frankie is going to go talk to his pitcher and the assistant coach here for Mile High. Got to learn a few more baseballs back to full plate umpire Zane Covey. 10-2 is your score. They've been really putting on a big lead here again, all from the top of the first inning. That was as strong as it was. 7 runs on just 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left off. Took advantage of a couple of 1 error, but also good few free passes. We'll try it again here with River Jackson. 1-2 the count, 2 outs. Next pitch on the way is another foul off there as looks like he's sitting on fastball there, and every time he gets a breaking ball is just fouling it off, trying to get something else that he likes. So try it once more. Again, a good fight here from Jackson. Some darker clouds starting to roll in a little bit. The pitcher McCown turns around here, starts his stretch pitch, but then turns around to look at the runner at second base. Over at second, there's Zane Zinacola, T.J. Newman, the courtesy runner, on at third. 1-2 on the way. Another high pop-up, potentially playable here for the catcher, Framke. Looking for it, finds it, and makes the catch for the third and final out. But 3 more runs come in here for Boulder as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. Our score, 10-2. Bottom half of the second inning here, an 8-run lead for your Collegians. As Zach White is about ready to toe the rubber, he'll face off here against third baseman Tristan Martinez. Wearing number 3 on his back, 10-2, your score. As now White is ready. The wind still a factor today as the next pitch on the way. It's fouled off right behind home plate, brings the count out 0-1. Zach White, last inning, gave up 2 runs, only 1 was earned. There with 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left on. 0-1 to count, the wind picking up a bit more. The 0-1 misses high. The count goes to 1-1. Also starting to get some darker clouds here. Hopefully we'll be avoiding the rain. I'd like to get through both games of doubleheader, then head back home to Boulder. Here's the next pitch on the way. It's a high drive into deep left center field. Going for it is Lucas Sevich, and he's there and makes the catch in left center field for the first out here of the inning. So Steven Lucas Sevich, I think this may be the first time we're seeing him in left field. I'm not 100% confident on that, but most of the time we've seen him around the infield. So now that'll bring up here the shortstop in Hudson Roth. So Roth gets his first chance here now against one Zach White. White ready. First pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1 here on number 9 Hudson Roth. 10-2 your score here on the bottom half of the second inning. Boulder with a commanding lead. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike on the fastball, hits the outside corner, and now White quickly ahead 0-2. Even though it's a 10-2 lead, it doesn't feel like Boulder has a huge lead at this point here, as Mile High has been really working it here. His next pitch is fouled off to the right side. Gets the count right where it's at. They have been fighting. Each one of these at-bats here, they have been grinding and putting together good ABs. White, 2 strikeouts in the first were 2 of his. The other one came off of a ground ball over to River Jackson. His next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-2. It's closer to a line drive, but it was an easy field there for him as he fields off of a hop. Now ready, White's 1-2 on the way. Tries it high, can't get it, so the count now goes even here at 2-2. See the trees here moving, waving a bit. The people with the umbrellas and all that are moving as well a bit. Right, next on the way. A high drive down the right field line. Going for it is the right fielder in Hildy, and he won't be able to get it, but it lands foul. So we'll try it again here at 2-2. 10-2 the score. Once more. So here we go. Once more. Next pitch from White is a check swing. As did he go? And they said that he did. The base umpire there, and Ernie Martinez, says that Hudson Roth win. That is the second out here of the inning, the third strikeout of the day for Zach White. And now that's going to bring us a pitcher here in Gavin McCown. Yeah, he's the second pitcher of this game already here for Mile High, as it started out with Aiden Burton, who was pulled. The next pitch, a check swing, home plate umpire this time, Zane Covey, says that he wins. So the count goes to 0-1. Next pitch on the way, swung on him. It's a bit of a delayed swing there from Covey, brings the count out to 0-2. Zach White, out of Lafayette, Colorado, attending St. Mary's College of California. The next pitch, fouled off. The count now keeps right where it's at 0-2. 10-2, though, your score here in the bottom half of the second inning. As Boulder has been working on a strong game so far, have gotten already a couple of homers. Next pitch on the way in the dirt. Good block there by Williams. He's count out of 1-2. The scoring started with the single by Diego Castellanos and then immediately amplified by the home run by Isaac Sobieschek. Got a 2-run shot now, the 1-2 on the way. Way outside, count goes to 2-2. We then also had a 3-run home run back in the second inning here from Derek Woolwine, which was the last batter that Aiden Burton went on to face. So now ready once more. Here we go. Next pitch. Just misses as Williams tried to buy a strike there from home plate umpire Covey, but he doesn't like it. The count now runs full, 3-2. Nowhere left to put a little dot on the scoreboard. 3-2 with 2 outs. Payoff on the way. Is in the dirt for ball 4. So a 2-out walk here to Gavin McCown here in the bottom half of the second inning, and that is the second walk given up by Zach White, and that'll bring up here number 2, the center fielder, in Tanner Roberts. That's now home plate umpire Covey giving some baseballs back from the batter on deck, the left fielder Dylan Noah. With 2 outs, now runner on at first base. Here for Mile High. The pitcher Gavin McCown over on at first has a tasteful lead here as ball's put back in play by Covey. Zach White is set. We'll look over at the runner. The next pitch on the way. It's a high drive into center field, but Castellanos looks like he has a read on it. He's there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out. So no runs on no hits, no errors, but one man left on as we head now to the top of the third. Boulder leads it 10-2. Two to the count. Here, 4-1 the score. Bottom half of the third inning as Dalconzo ready to go. Looking in the 2-2 on the way. High drive into deep right field. Going back is Berger. Looking up and goodbye. Baseball. Isaac Sobieschek with an opposite field home run to right field. And now it is 5-1 in favor of the Boulder Collegians. Top half of the third inning here as Boulder is ahead 10-2. Hunter Hirayama ready to lead things off here for Boulder as the wind really picking up here. Quick little visit here from Zach White here in front of the camera. The next pitch is taken for a strike. The count goes to 0-1. Looks like they just visited the concession stand here. Trying to get some fresh water ready to go. Next pitch taken for a strike. Count now 0-2 now on the Hawaii product in Hunter Hirayama. Nobody out. 0-2 the count here now on Hirayama. Next pitch on the way. This is high on the fastball. 1-2 now the count. So right now, again, with more gusts of wind and some unsavory looking clouds in the near future, as the next pitch taken outside for ball 2, as everyone thought that was strike 3, but I should say everybody but Zane Covey, the home plate umpire. As the count keeps it 2-2. Next on the way. An off speed that hits Hirayama in the arm, so he'll take the hard way over to first base. And after what a lot of people thought of it, should have been strike 3. Hirayama is now on at first, and that'll bring up the center fielder in Diego Castellanos. 2 for 2 on the game, a couple singles, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. 2 RBIs to his name. So now, right here we go. Next on the way. Take it for a strike. Hits the inside corners. The count goes to 0-1. 10-2, your score. Here we go. Next pitch in the dirt, but a good block there from the catcher Framke. As Hirayama has to stay on at first. Count goes to 1-1 now. Almost looks like potentially a little bit of light rain starting to make its way here. Hopefully it does not last long at all. Still a bit sunny though, the 1-1. Inside, that one's going to get away from Castellanos, so advancing to second on the play is Hunter Hirayama. That one is to the wild pitch as the count goes to 2-1. So Hirayama now on at second. Here, a runner on in scoring position here for Boulder in the top half of the third inning. But Diego Castellanos here already with 2 RBIs on the game. A chance to add on another here. 10-2 is your score. Next pitch on the way is lined into left, and that looks like it's going to fall for a base hit. Yes, it will. Rounding third, heading for home is Hunter Hirayama. The throw into second. Tag applied, and he is out. Trying to stretch that one from a single to a double, but gets an RBI single. It is now 11-2 in favor still of Boulder. So Hirayama scores on the play. Castellanos is cut out at second, but 11-2 now is your score. So now nobody on here in the third. Here, but runners on. So no runners on, but one runner already in. As the next pitch on the way, here Isaac Sobieschek is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. He is 1 for 1 on the game. 2 runs scored. This was just a little 2-run home run. Absolutely blasted. The 0-1. It spiked right before home plate. That one actually bounces over the catcher and Framke. Count goes to 1-1. But 11-2. Now your score. So now ready. Here we go. Next pitch on the way is taken for a ball. Count goes now to 2-1. Quick reminder about some of the mercy rules here. We're not at that territory quite yet. Here, but it is 10 after 4 and 8 after 5. I bring it up here because it's happened a few times here for Boulder on the years. Next was the line driver into left field for a base hit right over the third baseman and Noah. As that is going to be an attempted double here by Sobieschek, who's now coasting into second base. That's a 1-out double for Isaac Sobieschek. 2 extra base hits on the day here for Sobie, as now he stands on at second base, and it looks like he is going to call time. Looks like he was wobbling just a little bit, but no, he's just going to be getting rid of the elbow guard here to third base Coach Wade. And now with runner on second base, that's going to bring up Chase Hildy to the dish. Hildy on the day is 0 for 1. Got on via walk and a run scored, although it was unearned. He showed a great speed with it, though. His next pitch on the way is a high drive into left field. Going for it is Noah. So he's there, and he makes the catch for the out. Now there are 2 outs here in the inning. Derek Woolwine now ready to go. The first pitch to Woolwine, taken for a ball. Count goes to 0-1. 1-0 the count, excuse me. Woolwine with a big 3-run home run. His first home run of the season. The next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. 1-1 levels out the count. Now on second base, Isaac Sobieschek, a 9-run lead for Boulder in the top half of the third inning. They have been on an offensive tear. Next pitch misses inside. Count goes to 2-1. And not really too surprising at this point, in the fact that right now they are 11-1 on the season. Have been playing amazing baseball. The next pitch on the way is taken for a ball. That one goes a little bit away from the catcher Framke, but no advancement there from Woolwine on at second. Excuse me, from Hildy on at second. Now 1-1. Ready? Here we go. Next on the way is a strike. Count goes to 0-1. It's Isaac Sobies check on it second. I don't know what I'm talking about. So the count now runs full. 3-2 now on the bullpen. 1 out. I see 2 outs here in the end. Next pitch is fouled off here. Just barely gets a piece of it. The wind really starting to kick it here now. Bunch of the umbrellas here and tents are starting to move around a little bit. There's even a few boards here in the press box that are having a little trouble keeping their place. Now 1-1 ready. The next pitch is fouled off to the left side as that one. Oh, okay. There's a little housing development off to the left side. That one fouled off right over the fence to there. It had a big bounce that was about 1.5 feet away for breaking a window. So we'll try it again. 3-2, 2 outs. Nowhere left. Put a little dot on the scoreboard. Would have been kind of funny, though, to see it just for the sole fact of the story of always seeing a baseball go through the window, but would really like to see it not happen. As the next pitch taken for ball 4, so Derek Woolwine will now be on at first base. So Collegians on at second and first for Steven Lukasevich, who already has a single on the ball game. Lukasevich 0 for 1 with a single and a run scored, both back in the first. Grounded out to his compatriot Martinez at third base his last time up. So now McCown, right, next pitch on the way is fouled off, and that one is barely kept within the confines of Kevin Wolitsky Park. Kevin Wolitsky Field, excuse me, as the count goes to 0-1. But 11-2 your score here, top half of the third inning. Hopefully we can get past these storm clouds here as the wind picks up even more. Next pitch swung on and missed. A big hat there from Lukasevich as the count goes to 0-2. Two on over at second base. Isaac Sobies check. Derek Woolwine on at first. McCown ready. Next on the way is taken for strike 3, and that will end the inning. So 1 run comes in off of 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on. We now head to the bottom half of the third. Boulder is ahead, 11-2. So Diego Castellanos now comes up, scores 4-1 here in favor still of Boulder as Valero's next pitch on the way is a high drive, deep right field. Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma. This is a grand salami. Grand slam home run for Diego Castellanos, and it is now an 8-1 ball game. That ball was smoked. And if that fence was not there, I'm sure there's some people at the water park that are wondering, how did a baseball get in here? Now here, bottom half of the third inning. Here now as the next hitter, the left fielder Dylan Noah comes up. The third inning of work now for Zach White, who over the course of 2 innings has allowed 2 runs, only 1 earned, struck out 3. Walked a couple as well. Lefty v righty, Noah the lefty has the first pitch, a high fastball. The count goes to 1-0. I'd like to thank everyone currently watching here on YouTube, here show your support for the Boulder Collegians. The next pitch on the way is fouled off to the left side as the count now goes to 1-1. Zach White here has been one of the best starting pitchers here for Boulder, but they have a myriad of amazing pitchers. The 1-1. Let's take it for a strike on the fastball. Count goes to 1-2. Like, for example, the last game here that Boulder played against Greeley, the first inning was an immaculate inning thrown by Nick Willems. Next pitch on the way. It's taken low for a ball as the ball gets away from the catcher in Williams. The count now goes to 2-2. But an even count now here as Zach White's trying to get a better start than he did back in the first inning. We gave him a leadoff walk, the 2-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3, his first leadoff strikeout of the game, and his 4th punch-out overall. So now with 1 out here, that'll bring up here number 21, that is the catcher, in Campbell Framke. So now, here White threw 3 1/3, only giving up 2, as the next pitch on the way is taken a little bit low. Count goes to 1-0.
What's your name?
Boulder with a dominant lead so far, leading by 9. Here on the bottom of the third, next pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled into the glove of the catcher Williams. The count now 1-1. Most of the runs here came in that first inning. If you limit the first inning altogether, this game becomes 4-0. But 7 runs for Boulder, 2 runs in for Mile High. The next pitch misses high. Count goes to 2-1. Frankie, the owner of the sole RBI so far for Mile High, with the ground out over to River Jackson here, was able to score Tanner Roberts. The 2-1. High pop-up into foul territory. Sobieschek giving chase for it. May have a read on it, but it lands right into the Boulder dugout. So the count goes to 2-2 now. The other one that came in here was Dylan Noah, who scored off of the error from Brett Williams. The catcher threw it over the head of Zach White and let him score. Now ready, 2-2. Line right to the shortstop, Hunter Hariyama. Hit that one on the button, but Hariyama is there and ready for the line out catch. And now there's 2 quick outs here in the bottom half of the third inning. They'll bring up the cleanup man in Zeke Adler. Adler, who was hit by pitch his last time. He's the only hit by pitch victim so far of Zach White, but got him right on the heel. Here, took a little bit to cover from as the next pitch a little bit low. Count goes to 1-0. Boulder leading at 11-2. They're trying to improve to 12-1 on the season here. Remember, this is game 1 of a doubleheader between these two teams. So the next delivery on the way. Swung on and missed on the fastball. The count goes to 1-1. As White's fastball has really been his best pitch today. Just about when he locates. 1-1. Off speed, tries outside, does not get the call. The count now goes to 2-1. Right here, liking to work quick when there's nobody on base. Now it's ready, the 2-1. That one is spiked behind home, just in front of home plate, and blocked by Williams, but it goes over towards the on-deck circle, where the on-deck man first baseman Bradley Blakemore, will field in and return it back to home plate up for Zane Cubby. So the count now 3-1 here on Zeke Alder. Is now ball put back in play here. 3-1 to count here on Alder. Next on the way. Let's take it for a strike on the outside as the count now runs full 3-2. Nowhere left to put a little dot on the scoreboard. 3-2 the count, 2 outs. Nobody on. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning here for Zach White as we now head to the top of the fourth. Boulder leads at 11-2.
Next pitch from Calcao is a ground ball to Hirayama, and he has a little trouble with it. Takes it to second himself, the throw to first in time for the double play. Talk about defensive clutch there for Hunter Hirayama, who takes it to the bag himself, then over to first for the double play. So Danny Barker moves to third. Benerano is cut out at second, and now there's 2 outs here for Denver in the top half of the fourth.
Top half of the fourth inning. Here as new pitcher on the mound, Evan Janch is now up here to pitch for Boulder. So pitch for Mile High. So day is done for Devin McCown, goes 2 2 2/3. Whereas the first pitch on the way here to Brett Williams is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Evan Janch with amazing hair. I was like, on one of the warm-up pitches, he threw so hard his hat came off, and he had great locks here as it just kind of did a model kind of like flip to his hair. As the next pitch in the dirt for ball 1-1 to count. Now, ready, here we go. Next on the way is fouled off as the catcher Framke can't hold on to it. So the count now goes to 1-2. Okay, officially done for McCown. We'll get the stat line for you in just a moment for that. As the next pitch on the way is fouled right to the catcher, and he's down. Framke is hurt as that one looks like that got right where the gear ain't. As the home plate umpire now going to do the great, what I like to call the homie move, as he'll go and talk to the pitcher for a little bit just to give the catcher a little time to recover. It looks like he's okay, but he is on his hands and knees. He's hurt and looks like he just got hit on that one. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the resume of the game where we have more information here on the catcher. All right, we are back now. It looks like the catcher Framke's going to stay in the game here, and definitely going to need to maybe take an Advil or two. Hopefully he's going to be all right. But I can see at bat 1 and 2 here on Brett Williams, and especially as the catcher himself, probably feels for his catcher compatriot Framke as the next pitch on the way misses high. Counter goes to 2 and 2. But for Gavin McCown, 1 2/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run was earned with 3 walks and a strikeout. So now ready once more here. It's Janch. The next pitch on the way is a curveball taken for strike 3. The curve that on the play, Brett Williams thought that one was going to be a little far outside. That broke right into the zone. And now that'll bring up Zane Zinicola to the dish. So a great pitch there from Evan Janch. Now 1 out here in the top half of the 4th inning, 11-2 your score. Next pitch misses high as the count now goes to 1-0. Zane Zinicola on the day, yet to get an official at bat, has 2 walks, a stolen base. Next on the way. It's fouled off. That will find its way to the house. It looks like that hit off of something. Hopefully everything's all right. As the count now goes level at 1-1. I want to thank everyone for listening and watching it today on YouTube. Next pitch on the way is a ground ball. As the first baseman can't make the play, that is Blakemore. That is going to be a base hit for Zane Zinicola, his first hit of the ball game. As that one was hit right in between Sapelt and Blakemore. But Blakemore had a good effort trying to get there, just could not quite get there. So now with 1 out, 1 man on, that'll bring out the speedy, smooth River Jackson. So Jackson comes up on the game, is 1 for 2. A RBI single back in the first, as well as a walk, a run scored on a stolen base. Also ended off the second inning with a fly out to the catcher Framke. Next pitch on the way. This is outside, good get grabbed there by Framke. Count now goes to 1-0. On at first, Zane Zinicola, always a threat to steal. Gets an extra step of the lead as Janch looks over to first. Another look. Next pitch on the way. Does a bit of a quick delivery there, but misses outside as the count now goes to 2-0. So Janch well aware of the speed of Zinicola, double Z on that first base. Did score a run. Zinicola almost got one in the first, but he was cut out at home. After basically trying to steal home. The next pitch on the way misses high. And now the ball is going to get away from the catcher here. That's a pass ball. And taking advantage of it is Zinicola, who will now move over to second on the play. So that was a pass ball here registered to Framke. As now the count goes to 3-0 here on Jackson. As that one was in and out of the glove. Zinicola only took off when he saw that the ball went out. So 3-0. Now, right, next pitch on the way. Just misses for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk here for River Jackson. As though he gets his second walk on the ball game. And now, Boulder with runners on at first and second with only 1 out. And that's going to bring up Hunter Hirayama. Interesting to note with Hirayama as well, especially with the situation that we're currently in. The runner on at second base does represent the mercy run. We'll see how well it works because this is technically non-league play as the next pitch misses for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. So I'm not quite sure if they're going to force the mercy rule on this or they're just going to let it play it out, all that fun stuff. But if it is that way, then Hirayama could bring in that run as next pitch misses for ball 2, 2-0 the count. And with the runner on second base, Zane Zinicola here, the reason why I'm bringing up about Hirayama with this is that one of the last mercy wins for Boulder's next one is driven up the middle. That's going to be a grab by second base. It's Pelt, and he will make the catch for the out. That was the second out here of the inning. That one was hit a line right to him, and good awareness there by Zinicola to get back to the bag on it. As he's now talking with Sapelt here, saying, "Hey, that was a good catch. But he had to make sure he got back to the bag in time." As time is now called for the pitcher Janch to tie his shoes once they're ready to go again. As Diego Castellanos having a big day at the plate right now, 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs, 3 singles, 2 runs scored. He was the man who drove in the first runs of the day here for Boulder. Now, right, next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike. The throw, second for a ball as the throw goes over the head of the third baseman Martinez. Scoring on the play is Zenicola, and he will score. So that's a stolen base for Zane. But on the play as well, he advances home on the E2 as the throw was high. So an unearned run, but now it is 12-2. So we may get an answer on our mercy rule question we had just a moment ago. So now with a count of 1-0 here on Castellanos. Next is ground ball down the first base line, goes foul. Brings the count now to a reflective 1-1. So with it now here, score is now officially 12-2. Next pitch on the way is taken outside. Yep, take it outside. I thought I heard like a late strike call on that, but I did not. As the count goes to 2-1 here on Castellanos. Really likes to swing, but is also going to find his pitch. Once he likes it, he'll drive it. The 2-1. A ground ball right between first and second. It's going to be another base hit here for one Mr. Diego Castellanos. Scoring on the play is Hirayama. The throw in is instead of being cut off, it heads it over to second. The throw's going to get past the shortstop and Roth. Now heading over to third. On the play is Diego Castellanos. So on the play, River Jackson scores. That is an earned run. He was able to make it back in on time. So an RBI single again for Diego Castellanos, who then moves all the way to third on one is through the throw, and then on to third via the E4. So now that'll bring up Isaac Sobieschek. 2 outs here. First pitch, call the ball. Count goes to 1-0. But now it is 13-2 in favor of Boulder. Next pitch, a ground ball in the infield, taken by a second baseman. Sapelt has a little trouble with it, but is able to get it, fields it over to first in time for the out, and that will end the inning. But a couple more runs come across here for Boulder. 13-2 is your score as we head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Bottom half of the 4th inning here as Zach, well, excuse me, it looks like we have a new pitcher on the mound here. That's going to be Noah Tofan. First pitch on the way from Tofan is a called ball. Count goes to 0-1 here on Bradley Blakemore. So day officially done then for Zach White. Has next pitch on the way. The ground ball foul to the left. Count goes to 1-1. So over 3 innings pitched, giving up just 2 runs. Only one of them earned. Only 1 hit for Zach White. A good day on the bump. The next pitch on the way. This is high. Count now goes to 2-1. So did walk here 2 batters, but struck out. Strikeout 4. This would be 5. As the next pitch taken for ball 3, 3-1. Now the count here on Blakemore. But Noah Tofan here getting ready here in relief. We'll find out all together how the Mercy Rule works in this game if it does at all. His next pitch misses for ball 4. As Bradley Blakemore gets on to first base to lead off the 4th inning. Here and now that'll bring up the second baseman, Isaac Stapelt. Number 1 on his back. But Noah Tofan, 6'2", 195 pounds, out of Westminster, Colorado. From Los Medeños College. His next pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. We've seen him in relief a couple of times here. He's been very effective as a reliever so far this season. Now ready to 0-1. This is high as the count goes to 1-1. But a good look over to first base. Here as the first baseman, Bradley Blakemore, on at first after the walk. Now ready once more, the 1-1. It's taken outside for a ball, 2-1. Now the count. But if we get 3, if only gets 3 outs without giving up more than 1 run, we'll see if it ends the game or not. Next pitch on the way. Tries the inside corner, doesn't get the call from Covey as the count now goes 3-1. Same count that Bradley Blakemore walked back to lead off the inning. So here we go once more as the wind dying down just a little bit. His next pitch is fouled off. Brings the count now full 3-2. As the ball's having to be retrieved. Now here's that one, but they went right behind the home plate. The wind picking up again, but the weather definitely felt a little bit better. As next pitch is fouled over to it's fouled off of the back here, but it goes off of the mask of Brett Williams, who looks like he gets a little shaken up there for just the briefest of moments, but is ultimately fine. So we'll try it again here at 3-2. So now runner on at first base, 3-2 payoff on the way. Tries low, but does not get the call. 2 straight walks here for Noah Tofan. As now Isaac Stapelt will make a case over to first base. And now it's going to bring a third baseman and Tristan Martinez. And to get kind of an idea of how strong the wind is right here, we have a couple people with umbrellas out here. And I've seen now multiple times that the umbrella goes completely inside out. It has to be repaired. So, again, really showing the rough conditions these players are in right now. His next pitch is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Yeah, there are some extremely kind people at the ball game today. The 0-1 inside almost gets him. As the count now goes 1-1. Reverse getting here. Everyone was working together, trying to get everything taken care of. There was a traffic accident on the road. As next pitch on the way. This is count goes to 2-1, and everyone was kind of delayed here. But we were still able to start in time, had a 2:05 start time, so only a couple minutes behind, but even then was basically on time. 1-1 pitch. There's a ground ball into left field. That's going to be for a base hit right in between Sobieschek and Hirayama. As fielded now by the left fielder in Lukasevich and thrown in. So no runners get in, but now the bases are loaded here for Mile High. As Bradley Blakemore goes to third, Stapelt is on his second, as Tristan Martinez gets his first base knock of the game. And now that's going to bring up the shortstop and Hudson Roth. So now Noah Tofan Worked himself into a jam here. Bases loaded, nobody out here in the fourth. All right, Topaz, next pitch on the way is a check swing ground ball, but it goes foul. So brings the count now to once a bit of a lucky break there for Noah Topaz. As again, getting a bunch of rain, but big gusts of wind. I hope it's not catching too much on the mic here, but not what you can really do about it. 0-1 the count here on Roth. Bases loaded. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2. A strikeout would be exactly what the doctor ordered here for Noah Tophan. Here is then a double play would end the inning and potentially end the game. Now right, Tophan's 0-2 pitch on the way is a ground ball. Will it stay fair? It will not. Here, as that one is touched in foul territory by Isaac Sobieschek, so we'll try to get it 0-2. And you really had to pay attention to that ground ball. It really depended on where it landed off of one of the bounces. Remember, it does not count as a fair or foul ball until it is touched or passes the baseline. And with how that one was going, if it had hit the grass just right, it could have bounced back into fair play. And then that probably would have been an RBI singles. Next pitch on the way is a high pop-up into foul territory. Going for it is Derek Lowline. He tries to get it, but it goes out of play. So once again, we'll try it here 0-2. As Hudson Roth really putting up a strong at-bat here this inning. Even though the count's 0-2 is very behind, he's been fighting for these extra pitches, gotten a good few foul balls. So now 0-2 the count here, no outs here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. 13-2 is your score. Next pitch from Tofan is a ground ball taken in the infield. Jackson flips it over to Hirion for one. The relay to first in time for a 4-6-3 double play. So a big 4-6-3 is on the plate. Bradley Blakemore will score. There it is an earned run, but no RBI will be given there to Hudson Roth as he hits it to the 4-6-3 double play. As Tristan Martinez cuts out, as Isaac Sapelt now stands on at third, and that'll bring up Evan Janch, pitcher, as the next pitch taken high for ball one. Count goes to 1-0 as the wind really picking up. Now here, 13-3 your score. Now Tofan right, next pitch. Tries inside, does not get it. So now brings the count 2-0. 13-3, a 10-run lead here for Boulder. All right, next pitch on the way. Tries the tough part of the zone, does not get it. Count now quickly 3-0 with the center fielder, Tanner Roberts, man on deck. Here we go now, 3-0 the count. Next pitch. High and tight for ball four. 4-pitch walk here from Noah Tofan, who now brings runners onto the corners here for Mile High, and now the center fielder and Tanner Roberts gets a chance here to drive in a run. He is 0 for 1 on the day with a walk and a run scored. Both those back in the bottom half of the first inning. Next pitch on the way. Ground ball in the infield as Sobieschek has it. Takes his time, throws the first, and it is not in time! As that one was beaten out here, as Sobieschek took a little too long to make the throw. And on it, the run will score. So Sapelt here will score on the play. That is an RBI here technically on that one. I'm going to say that one was an infield base, as he was able to run that one out. So an infield single here for Tanner Roberts. We'll now bring up Dylan Noah to the dish. Now time is called. It looks like there's a bit of an issue here, but looks like everything's all good, ready to go. Runners on first and second now as Evan Janch is on at second base. Tanner Roberts on at first. 13-4 he scores. Next pitch fouled off to the right side. Brings the count now to 0-1. A lot of fight here for a Mile High, as they're still down a good chunk, but they are continuing to persevere. 0-1 the count on Noah. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. Count now 0-2 here on the left fielder, Dylan Noah. Catcher, Campbell Frankie, the man on deck. Does have an RBI in the game. The 0-2 is swung on, fouled into the glove of Williams, and that will end the inning. But two runs come across here for Mile High in the bottom half of the fourth. We head to the fifth. 13-4 is the score. Top half of the fifth inning now, as the next hitter's Chase Hildy. First pitch swings out of his shoes, and the count goes to 0-1. 13-4. This is the score. In the top half of the fifth inning, next pitch on the way is taken on the off-speed pitch. Count goes to 1-1. So here we go once more. Next pitch. It's taken for a strike as the count goes to 1-2 now on Hildy. One on the day right now is 0-2. Ground out, fly out, reaching via walk. Does have a run scored. The 0-2 is a ground ball to the shortstop here. Fielded is Roth, throws to first, and it is just in time to get the speeding Hildy. So a 6-3 ground out to get things started here in the fifth. And now that'll bring up the first baseman. It's steady Derek Woolwine. So Woolwine on the day is already a big contributor with a 3-run home run a couple innings ago. Absolutely matched his first home run this season. It's now right. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. 13-4 is your score right now, top half of the fifth inning. Next on the way. It's taken high as the count now goes 1-1. This is the wind potentially dying down a little bit. We'll keep playing while we've got it. 0-1 is a little looper. The shortstop making his way into shallow center field, and he's there to make the catch. That is Roth, who's now been busy here in this fifth inning. And now there's 2 outs here for Boulder in the top half of the fifth inning. That'll bring up the left fielder, Steven Lukasevich. So Lukasevich here comes up on the game, 1 for 3 with a single or run scored. Face off here now against Evan Janch. Next pitch on the way is a line into left field. That's going to go for a base hit. He gets a nice little line drive, just like Coach Tony Rucco likes it. as that will be a 2-out base knock here for Lukasevich. Second base hit of the day, and that'll bring up the catcher Brett Williams. But yeah, talking with Coach Ruka, it's very obvious. The thing he loves most is when his players drive the ball and get these line drives. I don't like it when the players put the ball in the air for too long. Good line drive will keep a rally going, especially with this offense, as the next pitch is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Really emphasizes being the line drive, especially so that these players can really showcase their speed. We've seen the base top down all the way through the lineup. There's a lot of speed. Now, Ray looking in. Next pitch on the way. Taking for a ball. Throw down to second base. The throw gets into center field. That's going to be a stolen base there for Lukasevich, who then is going to trot into third off of the error from the catcher, Framke. So stolen base for Steven Lukasevich, who then advances to third on the throw. That's an E2. And now Brett Williams has a 2-0 count here with 2 outs in the inning. No runs in for Boulder here in the inning, but they still lead at 13-4. Next pitch on the way, stealing home. The pitch is down. The tag is applied, and he got him! An amazing play there by the catcher, Frankie, to catch Steven Lukasevich, who was stealing home, and that will end the inning. So no runs on one hit, one error, and nobody left on as we now head to the bottom half of the fifth inning. Boulder leads at 13-4. Bottom half of the fifth inning here, as we are about ready to get things started here for Mile High. They will have 3, 4, 5 coming up in the lineup here. A comment from the stream from one Ricky Clark saying, "Hi from Seattle. Looks to be a bit windy today. Good luck to both teams. Working against the wind. The wind has been a huge factor in today's game so far, as right now both sides have really had to try and work through it. But thank you, Ricky, for your comments." As now Noah Tofan ready to face off against Campbell Framke. First pitch misses for a ball as the count goes to 1-0. So now ready, next pitch. Take it for a strike, 1-1. Now the count, or let's say it's 2-1. No, I believe it's 1-1. Now ready, the next pitch on the way from Tofan, working quickly. Misses outside, 2-1 now the count. So right now, Noah Tofan, with nobody on, really likes to work fast. Here, right now, the fourth pitch of the inning is a high drive into deep center field. Going back is Castellanos, has a read on it, is there, and makes the catch over his right shoulder for the first out here of the inning. But Framke really put a charge into that ball there, but the wind may have knocked that one down just a little bit. But a good read there from the center fielder in Diego Castellanos. And now that will bring up the right fielder in Zeke Adler. So Adler comes up with nobody on and 1 out. 13-4 is your score. Bottom half of the fifth. Next pitch on the way from Tofan. Swung on and missed on the high fastball. As the count goes to 0-1. Adler on the day 0-1. Reached via hit by pitch and a strikeout swinging. 0-1. The ground ball in the infield there as Woolwine has he'll take it to the bag himself for the second out. And now there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Normally the rules for a mercy are at 10 after 4 or 8 after 5. We'll see if that's in play here for a non-league game. Yeah, but still will count towards Boulder's record, just not there in league record. So now ready here, it is Bradley Blakemore, the first baseman. The next pitch taken for a strike on the fastball, heading the bottom part of the zone. Count goes to 0-1. Tofan had a little trouble last inning, but looks like he's recovered well as the next pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-2. On to the count now on Blakemore, who is 0-1 with a walk and a run scored back in the 4th inning. Next pitch on the way is a ground ball right through the infield for a base hit as Hirayama did not have much of a chance to get it. As now the center fielder Castellanos has a little trouble with it, but there'll be no extra advancement there from Blakemore. So that's a 2-out knock. Therefore, Blakemore, his first hit of the day. And now that is going to bring up Isaac Sapelt. Still 2 outs here in the inning as Sapelt on the day 0-1 with a walk and a run scored as well as a strikeout looking. Ended off the first inning as the next pitch tries outside, does not get it. Count goes to 0-1. A few really hard hit balls there, especially the home runs by Isaac Sobieschek and Derek Woolwine as the next pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-1 reflected count. 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 5th. 13-4 is your score. Now ready, here we go. Next pitch on the way is a check swing. Back pick the first tag. A bite it, he got him! What a throw there by Brett Williams as the base umpire Ernie Martinez says that he got it, and it looks like that is your ball game as everyone doing their hugs here. So a final here after 5 as Boulder wins at a final score of 13-4 via mercy. We'll be back in a minute with the totals before we get ready for game 2. You've been watching this first game of the doubleheader for the Boulder Collegians on YouTube. Once again, final game 1 of the doubleheader here between your Boulder Collegians and the Mile High Tribe here. Ends the final score, Boulder 13, Mile High 4 here at a mercy after 5 here. And honestly, this was a really interesting game. You take away the first inning, I know it is a much closer affair, but can't take away the first inning, and Boulder wouldn't want to. A huge offensive explosion for them, led by the 2-run home run by Isaac Sobieschek, the 2-run single, by Deo Castellanos, as well as a 3-run home run by Derek Woolwine here. So great day also for Deo Castellanos here, 4 for 4. Who had himself a heck of an outing here as a few of the collegians coming over and have a bit of fun here. Because we're going to get ready for game 2 in just a little bit. Winning pitcher from this game, Zach White, as Aiden Burke is the losing pitcher from this game Zach White, awesome outing. 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 2 runs, only 1 earned, with 2 walks and 5 punch outs here. I mean, this really came down to a few really good players doing some really good work here. A lot of good I saw today from both teams. We still got ready for game 2, so stick with us. You are watching Boulder Collegians baseball here on YouTube. All right, we are here live again from Kevin Wolitsky Field. Sorry for a little bit of a late start on this here. We thought we had a little bit more time to work with, but that's all right. Here as for the leadoff batter, Zay Zedicola grounds out. Here it looked like to the second baseman here, so that will end him off here. As now that's going to bring up Diego Castellanos. He's on a 1-1 count now. Here we have Isaiah Supple ready to pitch. The next throw on the way to Castellanos is a called ball. Count goes to 1-0. Second game of the doubleheader between these two, as Boulder won the first one. Final score of 13-4. The next pitch, drive it over to the second baseman who drops it. Here, Field throws to first, and it's still in time, saves his own error there. So 2 straight 4-3s. As now that'll bring up here the number 3 hitter in River Jackson. So Jackson now comes up here with 2 outs in the top half of the first inning, 2 groundouts here to get things started. As the first pitch on the way from Subble is a called ball. Count goes to 1-0. Don't have a lineup yet for Mile High. As the next pitch on the way misses high. Count goes to 2-0. River Jackson here, game 1, had himself a good outing. As the next pitch on the way. It's called for a strike. Count goes to 2-1. Now ready, next on the way. It's a high pop-up going foul, so that brings the count out to 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on here for River Jackson. As now ready to go once more here. It's Supple working from a modified line. Next pitch on the way. This is high, full count now 3-2. So right now, full count, 3-2. No score. Next pitch, payoff on the way. Is in the dirt for ball 4, so a walk for River Jackson. As now, that gives them a 2-out base runner with the walk. And batting fourth is going to be the third baseman, and Isaac Sobieschek. So Sobieschek in the first game got a 2-run home run. Now we'll see what he's got here in this at-bat. Here, first of the second of the doubleheaders. First pitch swung on him. It's a powerful swing there by Sobieschek as the count goes to 0-1. So again, now Supple ready. Here we go. Next pitch on the way is taken inside as River Jackson thought about stealing, but just goes the fake. And now count goes to 1-1. So now we're ready to go once. Again, it's now looks like a ball found its way back onto the thing, so time is called. Looks like potentially a warm-up ball or something along those lines. As that one is thrown out of the field. It's now ready, 1-1 the count. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-2 now at Sobieschek. As coach is now filling out field to be able to get the stuff going here. So now ready, one more time. Here we go. Next pitch on the way. Jackson takes off. Call is outside for a ball. Jackson steals second base with ease. So the count now goes to 2-2, but a stolen base there for River Jackson. So 2-2, with 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on at second. 2's a wild. As the next pitch on the way is a ground ball Diving over by the shortstop. He can't get it. That's going to be a base hit. Rounding third and heading for home is River Jackson. He will score standing up. So that is now a 2-out single here for Isaac Sobieschek and a run in for Boulder as they now lead it 1-0 here in the top half of the first inning. So getting the offense going early. As now that'll bring up the next hitter in Hunter Hirayama. Hirayama is batting fifth in this game as they're just trying everything they can to get his offense going here. Next pitch on the way to him is in the dirt. A good block there by the catcher. The count goes to 1-0. Next on the way. Swung on and missed, fouled into the glove of the catcher once more. Brings the count now to 1-1. As now we're getting more storm clouds and more winds here. Hopefully we can keep the rain away to finish out the second ball game here. Next on the way. Swung on and missed. Taking off for second. Now Sobieschek, the throw in, gets away from the infielders there now as it goes into center field. Sobieschek will move over to third. He gets a stolen base and advances off of the E2 there. So now with a 1-2 count, a 2-2 count here now on here. No, yeah, 1-2 count here on Hirayama. Has another runner on at third base. Here in Isaac Sobieschek. 1-2 the count, 2 outs, runner at third, 1-0 the score. The next pitch, high and tight, almost gets him in the head. So now that brings the count to 2-2. Now, right here we go. Next pitch on the way is taken for a balls. The count runs full now, 3-2. Nowhere left to put a little dot on the scoreboard as we're ready to go. Next on the way is a high pop-up foul to the left side. So we'll try it again here. 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Boulder leading at 1-0 here in the first. Next pitch on the way is line foul again to left side as this at-bat for Hirayama continues as he has been fighting in the at-bats. Next on the way is taken for strike 3 as Hirayama does not like the call, but it does not matter as we now head to the bottom half of the first inning. Boulder leads it 1-0. We're now here, bottom half of the first inning here, as Mile High will lead off with their second baseman and Boyd facing off against Levi Tucker. Here's Tucker getting ready to pitch for the first time here in this game. He's got that funky right-hand delivery as the first pitch taken for a ball. Count now goes to 1-0. So right now for Levi Tucker, this long black hair. Next pitch taken for a strike. 1-1. Now the count. And now for Tucker, facing off here against Boyd, second baseman. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. He's really got that fastball locked in here so far. Now has a count of 1-2. Here we go. Now the next pitch on the way is spiked just before home plate. And the count goes to 2-2. Next on the way. Gets away from the catcher here for Boulder. Shane Crow gets his chance to catch today. But now we'll try to get full count now, 3-2 here on Boyd. Next on the way, high for ball 4. So a leadoff walk here to Boyd here to get things started. The bottom half of the first inning will now bring up the center fielder, the pitcher from the first game here in Burton. So now Levi Tucker having to work here against for a pitcher driven down the right field line, and that is a fair ball for what looked to be potential extra bases. Stopping at first is going to be Burton, but Boyd makes it all the way to third, and now Mile High has runners out of the corners with nobody out, and that will bring up here the catcher. As Matt Taylor looks to be his name here. The first pitch now from Tucker is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Matt Taylor, the catcher here. Righty v righty matchup. Now we're ready to go. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a ball. No throw down as it's stolen base there for Burton, as he will stand now on at second base. There was no throw there by Shane Crow. Whereas on that one was looking to make sure that the runner on third base, Boyd, could not score. Next pitch on the way. In the dirt, and Crow able to block that one off as the count now goes to 2-0. Umpire says that it's 3-0. I have it as 2-0, but so we'll mark it as 3-0. Next on the way. This is high for ball 4, so another walk given up here by Levi Tucker. As now the bases are loaded here for Mile High, as now that will bring up the designated hitter in Framke. Framke was the catcher in game 1. It's Campbell Framke. Right, next pitch on the way is fouled off to the right side, as now the count goes to 0-1. The bases loaded, nobody out. Here, Mile High threatening here. The 0-1 is lined into center field. That's going to drop for a base hit, and 1, maybe 2 runs will come in. Scoring for third immediately is Boyd, followed quickly now by Burton, as the throw to the plate is in time. A great tag there by the catcher, Shane Crow, and the first out of the inning. So Boyd scores off the RBI single by Campbell Framke, and now Burton tries to go home and is cut out off of an amazing outfield assist. And now there's one out here as the next batter is Blakemore. So Blakemore comes up now with 1 out and 1 run in for Mile High. Next pitch gets away from the catcher, Crow, tagging now on both ends of it, as now Matt Taylor will go over to third and Framke goes over to second base on the play. So now 2 runners on in scoring position as the count goes to 1-0. Now on Blackmore. As now looks like here we may have a runner here for Matt Taylor, as now we'll have a courtesy runner. That'll be number 17. So now, again, a 1-0 count here on Blakemore. Levi Tucker trying to get out of the inning. Next pitch on the way. Taking for a strike on the fastball. 1-1 now the count. This game now tied at 1 apiece here in the first inning. Tucker now ready. The next pitch on the way is in the dirt for a ball. Count goes to 2-1 as the wind really picking up here at Kevin Walitsky Field. Next on the way. He's taking for a strike as Crow gets a strike there for Levi Tucker. 2-2. Evens up the count with 1 out. As the next pitch misses for ball 3. Full count. Now 3-2 with 1 out. On at third base is the courtesy runner for Matt Taylor, number 17. And on at second is Framke. Next on the way. It's fouled off, so we'll try it again here. Now full count 3-2. So now here we go. Once more payoff on the way from Tucker. Is in the dirt for ball 4, so another walk. Third walk of the inning. Given up by Levi Tucker, and now the bases again are loaded for the shortstop Gutierrez, or number 24. So now Levi Tucker has really gotten himself into a bit of a bind here. Now we're ready to go here once more. The next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. The count goes to 0-1 now on Gutierrez. We're at third base. Courtesy runner for Matt Taylor, number 17. Frankie at second. Blakemore on at first. As the next pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2 quickly. Now, once more, Levi Tucker trying to get the strikeout. The 0-2 is fouled off right to the right side here. And if that fence was there, I might be trying to remove my right hand to make a catch, but that ball was hit hard. 0-2 keeps the count. Now Levi Tucker once again ready. Here we go. Next delivery on the way is swung on and missed for strike 3. A big strike out there for Levi Tucker. And now there are 2 outs, so an out anywhere here will get Boulder out of the inning. As now that will bring up the next hitter in Martinez. We're at third base. So now Levi Tucker with not anywhere getting him out of the inning. The next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. 1-1 to score. Here on the bottom half of the first inning, the run scored the RBI single there for Framke. As the next pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2 now. 0-2, 2 outs as Tucker 1 strike away from getting out of it with minimal damage. The next pitch on the way. It's taken for strike 3, looking, and that will end the inning. So 1 run off of 2 hits, 1 error, and actually no errors, and 3 men left on as we head to the top half of the second. Our score 1-1. Top half of the second inning now here is Chase Hildy leading things off here for Boulder. We get now ready to go here. Next pitch on the way is taken for a ball in the low part of the zone. Count goes to 1-0. Chase Hildy over at second base for this game. For Jackson out on the left. The 1-0 pitch on the way is taken high for ball 2. 2-0 now the count. We want to thank everyone for tuning in here on YouTube supporting Boulder Collegians baseball. Now, right here we go. The 2-0 pitch on the way. As Chase Hildy fouls it off to the right side, but weakly hit goes foul, brings the count out of 2-1. So now 2-1 the count here on the second baseman in Chase Hildy. Great speed at the plate. 2-1. His ground ball in the infield, the second baseman able to backhand it, throws off his back foot over to first, but the throw is a little bit wide. So that is a base hit here for Chase Hildy. As on that one was an extraordinary effort from both sides, but unable to make the play on it. So Hildy is now on with a leadoff base hit. As now that'll bring up Luke Blackman and the second baseman on that one. Boyd made one heck of an effort on that one here, barely able to get to it. Throw was off wide. As now we're ready to go once more. Here we go again. It is Luke Blackman over at first base today. Next pitch on the way is taken out for a ball. Throw down the second base. Tag is applied, and he is safe. Stolen base for Chase Hildy, who was taking off on the first pitch. As now the count goes to 1-0. So now Luke Blackman comes up with a runner on in scoring position. Tie get ball game at 1-1. Yeah, the top half of the second inning. Next pitch on the way. A high drive into left field. That's got to drop in for a base hit. Hildy rounding third, trying to score. The throw in is cut off by the third base. That's an RBI single for Luke Blackman. And now Boulder leads at a score of 2-1. Good clutch base hitting there by Luke Blackman, as well as good base running there by Chase Hildy. As now Boulder takes the lead here in the second. Now Isaiah Seppelt is on the bump. Here, that'll bring up Shane Crow, the catcher, as the first pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. For Crow, we saw him for the first time this season over in Greeley. It's a great attitude and a very nice man, as well as being a very active catcher. He's the catcher in this game. Now the next pitch is fouled off to the right side as the count now goes to 0-2. But 0-2 the count, no outs here in the top half of the second inning. Boulder leading it now 2-1 after the RBI single there by Luke Blackman. Still on at first base. Looking like he's in an athletic stance. May try to steal. We'll see. He is going to try to steal. Next pitch, taken high for a ball. Throw down to second base. The tag is applied, and he got him! What a throw by the catcher, Mal Taylor. And now there is one out here in the inning as Luke Blackman is caught stealing. An amazing throw from the catcher and a great tag by, I believe that was the second baseman there, in Boyd. So 1-2 now the count here on Crow with one out, nobody on in the inning. So Shane Crow, right now again the catcher. 1-2, next pitch on the way. He's taken for a ball. 2-2 levels out the count now. Right now, here we go. The next pitch on the way. It's a high pop-up. Barely in fair territory for the third baseman there as he's had a little trouble with the wind and is able to hold on to it for the second out. That was a strong play there by Martinez to hold on to the ball for the second out of the inning as the catcher on that Montana thought that was the third, but no, it's only in second. But a great play there by Martinez, the third baseman, as now they'll bring up Steven Lukasevich, who is the designated hitter for this game. Now, right, next pitch on the way is a broken back ground ball to the third baseman, Martinez. He's got those to first on the run. into first, and the ball comes out of the glove of the first baseman. So that was a great effort on it, but that is going to be an E3 on it. So with that, Steven Lukasevich gets on the third, and the bat for Steven is now going to be used as firewood. As now that'll bring in the center fielder, leadoff man, Zane Zinicola to the dish. So now for Zinicola, we saw how much speed he has. He's been designated hitter the last few games with the team. Next pitch on the way is fouled off. He's down now to 0-1. Getting his first chance to play in the field since he came back here. He's been mostly DHing since then. He's now out in center field. So a big test for him as the next pitch on the way is a balk called by the home plate umpire in this one. So that's an extra base here by Lukasevich, who will now take second base, and pitch doesn't count, so it's 0-1. Couldn't quite see what the balk was on there, but didn't have a great view of the pitcher on it anyway. So now ready, here we go. Again, it's Seppold. Next pitch swung on and missed. Big swing there by Zinicola. He swung out of his shoes on that one, but the count now goes to 0-2. 2-1 the score here for Boulder as they lead it here in the top half of the second inning. Runner on in scoring position of Lukasevich. The 0-2. Swung on and missed for strike three, and that will end the inning. So one run comes in off of 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on as we head to the bottom of the second. Our score 2-1 in favor of Boulder. Now here, bottom half of the second inning here, 2-1 the score is Levi Tucker on the bump here for Boulder. The next pitch on the way to Davis, the right fielder, is taken for a ball. Count goes to 2-1. I want to thank everyone for joining in today for today's action between the Boulder Collegians. Next pitch is a ground ball right back over to Levi Tucker. Does a bit of a wind-up with that underhanded throw to first, and it's in time for the out. So call that one a 1-3 ground out in your books. As now that's going to bring up the left fielder in Goodrich. So now Levi Tucker having a 1-run lead again. Saw how well it worked the last time. Wanted to give a run, but now has that lead once again. We'll see what he does. He does start out this thing a little better than he did in the first. He walked the leadoff man. As the next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0 on Tucker. So now ready, the 1-0 is in the dirt. And a good grab there by Crow. Count goes to 2-0. Levi Tucker, when nobody on, likes to work very quickly. He's very efficient with it as the next pitch is driven into shallow center field. Coming in for it is Zenicola. And that's going to drop in for a base hit. As Zenny fields it, throws it back in. That's a 1-out single there for Goodrich. And that'll flip the lineup back to the top for Boyd, who led off this game with a walk. Would come around to score so far the only run of the game here for Mile High. But now, getting speed on at first base in Goodrich And Tucker now having to worry about the runner. He's really good when you have nobody on. But when the runner starts getting on base, he starts to overthink just a little bit. But once he starts focusing on the hitters, he really starts mowing them down. So Boyd now facing against Tucker. First pitch high and inside on fastball. Does not get the call. The count goes to 1-0. Bottom half second inning, 2-1 the score. Now ready, the next pitch on the way. It's taken outside for a ball. Count goes to 2-0. I'm going to try something with the camera. My apologies. You're going to get moved a lot really, really quickly. See if we can get a slightly better angle there for you. I think we can get it like that. There we go. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count now goes to 2-1. So 2-1 the score. So 2-1 the count. 2-1 the count, also 2-1 the score. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt. Brings the count out of 3-1. Hopefully this angle is a little bit better for y'all. We'll see how well it works, especially with the wind here, but we'll play with it as we can. Next pitch is taken for a ball, throw down to second base. The tag's applied, and he got him. What a throw by Crow. Wait a second. Hold on a second. So there's a throw down to second, but it looks like, it was a walk. So the throw was really good, but it didn't matter here. But it looks like here we may be having a bit of an issue here, people not knowing what the count was. I had it marked in that was a walk. Yeah. And it looks like that's exactly what it was. Yep, so that's a walk here for Boyd. But, hey, good experience after Crow. As now with Boyd now on at first with a walk, that's going to bring up Burton as Goodrich goes over to second base. So now with one out, that'll bring up Burton to the dish. Next pitch on the way is taken for a ball as the count goes to 1-0. So here we go now, Tucker. Now ground ball in the infield as Hildy Kenge gets a tricky hop. That's going to go over his head as now Zini Cola Haskell throws it in. There's going to be a play at third. The tag applied, and it does not get as the ball gets away from it. Another run will score. So that's a bit of an odd one here as we have to try and figure out what went down on that one. So calling that a base hit on Burton, as that was a very odd hop there as Hildy was there ready to go, and that ball just jumped up on him. So he gets on at first with the single. Boyd and Goodrich both come around. Actually, just Goodrich. Boyd and Goodrich. Sorry, just Goodrich will come around to score. So now it's a tie ball game 2-2. Boyd now on at third, and Burton gets on to second on the throw. So now it's 2-2 game as the next pitch on the way to the catcher in Matt Taylor. Count goes now to 0-1. 2-2 the count. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-2. So right now, Levi Tucker ready. Next pitch, a curveball into a good block there by Crow. Get the runner from advancing. Now the count moved to 1-2. As I think I may have just heard a thunder strike there just a moment ago. We'll see what goes on now. It says we have a ground ball in the infield here, and the throw is over to first from the second baseman, Hildy. He gets the out there, but on the play, here's Matt Taylor grounds out here. Boyd will score on the play. So that is an RBI ground out, and now Mile High has taken the lead here, a score now of 3-2. As the weather now here becoming a bit of an issue, it looks like we are going to have a thunder delay. There's a big strike there in the center field. So we are now going to be in a thunder delay. We'll come back when we have more information here. Please stay with us. You are watching Boulder Collegians baseball here on YouTube.
We're now out of this delay here, back and ready to go here. As now we will resume play here in the. As now, yeah, we have a runner that's supposed to be on second base, I think. But the runner's on at third right now. I guess he went to third on the play, Aiden Burton. So now runner on third base, 2 outs. The next pitch from Levi Tucker is taken for a ball here to Campbell Framke, the designated hitter. Count 1-0 now, as we are out of the Thunder delay here, but going to keep that still in the close rear view as the next pitch misses for ball 2, 2-0 the count. Over on at third base is Aiden Burton. And up right now is the designated hitter, number 21, Framke. Next pitch, a fly ball, foul territory, as that one will land just shy of the Boulder dugout. It's count out of 2-1. 3-2, your score currently in favor of Mile High. So thank you all for staying with us through the through the bit, as the next pitch on the way is taken for a ball. Count goes to 3-1. Saw a comment there from Blake Moore. Do you guys want to go home? It's a little windy. As next pitch taken for ball 4, so that is a walk here to Campbell Framke with 2 outs, and now runners at the corners here for Mile High. And with runners at the corners, that is going to bring up Bradley Blakemore to the dish. So Blakemore comes up with runners on at first and third and 2 outs. First pitch on the way is taken for a strike, a high fastball as the count goes to 0-1. Levi Tucker still on the bump here after the delay. A lot of times after a delay, you'll see a new pitcher come in to throw, but maybe it just will be a shorter day now for Tucker. His next pitch also taken for a strike. Great fastball velocity and great location on both of those. The count goes to 0-2. 2 outs. Runners on at first and third. Burton at third. Framke on at first. Tucker's next pitch on the way is taken for strike here on the outside corner, and that will end this inning. So 2 runs come across for Mile High as we now head to the third inning. Our score 3-2 in favor of the Tribe. Now here, top half of the third inning, 3-2. Your score in favor of Mile High as Boulder will lead off with their right fielder in Diego Castellanos. The wind is still a major factor in this game here, as the wind has maybe even got a little bit stronger here after just a little bit ago. Now he'll face off against Isaiah Suppelt. As the next pitch, a drive into left center field. This might be extra bases, as that one's going to fall to the ground. The left fielder, Goodrich, fields it, throws it in. It's just going to be a leadoff single here for Diego Castellanos as he keeps his hitting streak going. Here now, over his last 6 at-bats, 5 base hits. He had an excellent game 1, is continuing it now in game 2, as that's going to bring up Smooth River Jackson up to the dish. He walked back in the first and was the first run scored by Boulder. As now a quick pick off to first, but nothing doing. It's Ernie Martinez doing the balls and strikes. Now, right, next pitch from Isaiah is a ground ball up the middle. This could be two. Fielded by the shortstop, Gutierrez. Now back over to first, and it's in time for double play. Not easy to get that kind of a 6-4-3 double play here, especially with River Jackson running on that. But great defense there by Mile High. And now that'll bring up Isaac Sobieschek to the dish. Sobieschek comes up with nobody on and 2 outs here in the top half of the 3rd inning. Now, but a great play there all around for the infield with Mile High. How much speed is on the base paths there. But now, Supple to the next pitch is driven down the left field line, and that one hooks foul. Sobieschek got a good hold of that one, but was fouled by about a good 10 feet or so. So we'll try it again now. Sobieschek on the game is 1 for 1 with an RBI single back in the 1st inning. Also a stolen base and advanced to 3rd on an error. So now the 0-1 on the way is a curveball that just missed the zone. A good breaking ball there by Supple. And now the count goes to 1-1 here on Sobieschek. Working quickly now, Supple. Next pitch, fastball, misses high. 2-1 now the count. 3-2 the score in favor here of Mile High. Scoreboard has it in reverse. There now is the next pitch on the way. Is a fastball taken for a strike. 2-2 now the count. So after the leadoff base hit for Castellanos here, Boulder with 2 outs and nobody on. 2-2 the count. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball 3. So full count 3-2. Supple working very quickly with nobody on here. Nowhere left to put a little dot on the scoreboard. Supple's ready. The windup, the payoff. It's fouled off, so we'll try it one more time. As the assistant coach will go and field that ball. Good, make sure it's out of play. Ball's put back in play by home plate umpire Ernie Martinez. Next pitch on the way. The high pop-up to the right side, and that one will find its way out of play. So we'll try it once more. So good fight here by Isaac Sobieschek. Sobieschek working now full count, 2 outs, nobody on, 2 out. 3-2 the score. Next pitch on the way from Supple is low for ball 4. So he works a 2-out walk here. After a long at bat like that, a walk is just as good as a base hit. Took off a lot of pitches there from Supple. And now that's going to bring up the Hawaiian native in Hunter Hariyama. Hariyama, the shortstop, has been, I think, the shortstop in legitimately every game so far this season for Boulder. There may be one instance where he was not, but it is about as common as seeing the sunrise. You'll see Hariyama on that short as the next pitch taken for a strike on the off speed. Now it goes to 0-1. Another idiom you could use for that at that point is that you can count Hunter Hariyama playing shortstop like you can count on the sun rising in the morning. The next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. As the count now goes to 0-2. 3-2 the score with Mile High ahead. Runner on at first base here for Boulder. It's Sobieschek takes off on the pitch. Next one is low outside. Throw down to second base. The tag is applied, and he's safe. As the ball was dropped there, and Sobieschek gets in with a stolen base. Again, we know this team has a ton of speed from up and down the lineup, as Sobieschek not normally in that conversation, but maybe he should be after that stolen base. 1-1 the count. We'll see 1-2 the count here now on Hariyama. Here we go. As now Supple is set. Look at the runner. The next pitch. This is high. Count now 2-1. 2-1. So here we go once more now from Supple. Ready to go. A long look in. Takes a long time to get the sign from the Catcher Matt Taylor. His next pitch on the way is a high pop-up low in the zone. This might be a blue base hit. We'll see as the shortstop there, as Gutierrez is there and makes the catch for the third and final out. So no runs on one hit, no errors, and one man left on as we head to the bottom half of the third inning. Mile High leads at 3-2. You are watching today's baseball action here on Boulder Collegians YouTube. Bottom half of the third inning, Mile High leads a score of 3-2 as raindrops starting to make their way onto the field here. I can feel it even here in the press box here, so hopefully scorebook doesn't get too wet. Here is now Levi Tucker ready here against here Joseph Gutierrez as the next pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. 3-2 your score in favor of Mile High. The next pitch on the way is a check swing. Home plate umpire Martinez says that he goes, so the count goes to 0-2. Is a high fastball. So here we go once more. Levi Tucker, the 0-2, is in the dirt. Good pick there by Crow. So now 1-2 the count. Levi Tucker always working from the set. It has that kind of funky delivery that's really hard to pick up at times. There's a perfect example. Strike three looking, the second strikeout looking for Levi Tucker, as that's how we ended off the second inning. And now that'll bring up Tristan Martinez, the third baseman, to the dish. So Martinez in this game struck out looking. One thing that's cool to note here for Levi, he now has 4 strikeouts on the game, 3 of them looking. Nasty stuff. As next pitch taken for a strike. So count goes to 0-1. All seems to really work well with Shane Crow. They're really able to try and work some extra pitches for him. The next on the way is taken low. As Crow tried to fight for that one to be a strike, but nothing there. So count goes to 1-1. Next on the way. This is a little bit high on the off speed as the count now goes to 2-1. We've been noticing here from Tucker that he is so good when you have nobody on. As soon as you get runners on, he starts to lose a bit of that focus, but he is still good on that. As next pitch called for a ball, count goes to 3-1, especially when you take a look at what happened in the first inning, where 1 run did score for them, but he had bases loaded and was able to let only 1 score. Next pitch on the way. Just misses outside. That is a walk here given up by Tucker, as now Tristan Martinez will take the trip over to first base, and that'll bring on number 25 in Elijah Davis to the dish. So Elijah Davis here, the right fielder, grounded out over to Tucker, his last time up. But now comes out with 1 out and a runner on at first as the next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. A powerful swing there from Davis, but does not make contact. His count goes to 0-1. So now again for Tucker, even with the runner on, still liking to work quick. Next pitch on the way. It's fouled off behind home plate quickly. Now Davis behind 0-2. So now ready to go once more here again. It's Levi Tucker. He's now set. Look around at the runner. Next pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. The back pick to first, and nothing doing there, but that is the strikeout here, the 5th strikeout of the day now for Levi Tucker. And now that's going to bring a Goodrich, the left fielder, with a 1 runner on. So 2 strikeouts for the inning already here now for Tucker. As now he looks in, gets his sign from Crow. The next pitch is fouled off. He's got another 0-1. Goodrich with a single and a run scored back in the 2nd inning. Mile High leading it 3-2. All right, looking in, the next pitch on the way. It's taken for a ball. Count now goes to 1-1. But we have a few names of different pitchers that may be coming in this game, CJ Pino being one of them, as well as Caden Calcayo. As next is a ground ball in the infield as Hildy fielded. There's an underhanded throw over to first in time for the out, and that will end the inning. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on as we now head to the top half of the 4th. Mile High leads it 3-2. First pitch. Now on the way here to Hildy is fouled off. Count goes to 0-1. Rain's still coming down here, fairly light, but a lot of winds moving from left to right. It's now a ground ball in the infield here as that one goes right over the first baseman's glove, and Blakemore. That's going to be a base hit for Chase Hildy as he'll now stand on at first base with a leadoff knock. So now here in the inning, that'll now bring up Luke Blackman to the dish as the rain starting to come down a bit harder here. Time to be a little bit more careful as it's getting here into the press box.
Watch the camera there. You're right in the middle of the camera.
There we go. Thank you very much. I appreciate both of you. Anyways, the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike here to Blackman. Count goes to 0-1. On 1 the count. Now here as the next pitch on the way is in the dirt. And now back to over to first. They got him in a rundown. Hildy now in between the two. There's a pickle now going on. Here, Hildy trying to run between as now the pitcher has it. Pitcher throws it over to second, and he's still going in this. Great speed from Hildy as now the tag applied by the catcher, and he is out. Great defensive work there by Mile High to get Hildy on that. Called that a infinite amount of number play. As now with that, there's now 1 out here in the inning on Luke Blackman. On Blackman now 1-1 to count after the back pick there. So the next pitch on the way. Misses for a ball as the count now goes to 2-1. Rain still coming down here as storm clouds have yet to subside. Ready now, the next pitch here from Suppled. It's a high drive into left field. Going back for it is Goodrich. He has a read on foul territory, and he's there, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And now that's going to bring up the catcher, Shane Crow, to the dish. I am very appreciative of everyone involved here with these broadcasts. Here, including one, Mr. Dan Pino, who is a legendary human being. And I thank you so much for everything you do. Next pitch on the way is a curveball. Take it for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. But Isaiah Suppelt ready now here once more. The next pitch on the way is a high drive into center field. Going back now, Burton. He's there and he makes the catch over his shoulder for the out, and that will end the inning. So no runs on one hit, no errors, and nobody left on. Heading now to the bottom half of the fourth. Our score 3-2. You're listening and watching Baseball Today on Boulder Collegians YouTube. Bottom half of the fourth inning. Now, as Mile High leads Boulder a score of 3-2. As leading off here for Mile High is going to be the leadoff man in Charlie Boyd, the second baseman, who won the game. Had to get official at bat. 2 walks, 2 runs scored. Levi Tucker still on the bump for Boulder as the next pitch, a high drive into shallow right field as the center fielder there. That is Sinicola is going to be there, and he will make the running catch. So 1 pitch and 1 out here in the fourth here for Boulder. So now that'll bring up the center fielder in Aiden Burton. Burton was a pitcher in game 1. Now center fielder game 2. The next pitch from Tucker is fouled off. Count goes to 0-1. Burton 2 for 2 in this game. Couple of singles to his name as well as a stolen base and an RBI. 3-2, a close ball game for Boulder as the next pitch on the way is taken a little bit high as the count now goes to 1-1. But we saw in the first game here, Boulder won by mercy. However, that was after one big offensive explosion. As now we have a ground ball to Sobieschek, feels it. Double clutch just throws the first, and it's in time to get the out there and make that one a 5-3 ground out. Now 2 quick outs here for Levi Tucker in the bottom half of the fourth inning. As right now, it looks like the team giving Sobieschek a little bit of grief for double clutching on that one and with how close that play was. So now with 2 outs, that'll now bring up Nolan Taylor as now another ground ball. Hopper fielded by Sobieschek. That was the first great pick by Woolwine in time for the out. Great defense all the way around, and Mile High goes down 1-2-3 here in the fourth. We now head to the fifth inning. Mile High leads it 3-2.
Oh, that kid on number 15.
Top half of the fifth inning, Mile High leads at a score of 3-2. Hello, everyone. I am your broadcaster, Alex Clark. For these games, is leading off here for Boulder is going to be the number 9 hitter, the designated hitter. It's Steven Lukasevich. So Luka, who got on via an error back in the second, here leads things off 3-2 the score. Next pitch on the way is inside for a ball as the count now goes to 1-0 as Suppolt is still on the bump here. Now his fifth inning of work has done a good job limiting Boulder to just 2 runs. Next on the way. This is high for ball 2, 2-0 the count. As right now the wind and rain have been coming and going a lot. The next on the way is taken low for a ball 3-0 now the count of Lukasevich. And with hopefully how the clouds are looking, we may be hopefully past the worst of it. And now as the clouds moving from right to left here from our view, the next pitch on the way. He never took the bat off his shoulder. It's called for a strike. Count goes to 3-1 now, Lukasevich. 3-2 the score. Boulder running out of time to come from behind as a 3-1 swung on and missed as he was swinging for a 5-run home run on that one. But couldn't quite get a piece of it. Now is a full count, 3-2. Now ready, next on the way. Misses high for ball 4. Leadoff walk there for Steven Lukasevich. As now he will take the trot over to first base. And now that's going to bring up the center fielder in Zane Zenicola, double Z. So nobody out and down by 1. Zenicola represents the go-ahead run here in the top half of the 5th inning. Now Suppolt ready to go. Next on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Hoping that the weather will persist long enough for us to finish through this game. Hope we see a Boulder win. 0-1 the count. Now right, next pitch on the way is a high pop-up into right field as Davis is there and he makes the catch for the out. Here and returning back to first base now will be Steven Lukasevich. And we'll see what happens here now as Diego Castellanos, the right fielder, comes up. So 1 out. Here Castellanos on the day, 1 for 2 on the game. I should say 1 for 2 on the day. He is 5 for 6. Had an amazing game 1. As next pitch on the way is a high pop-up, and he is angry about that as that one will stay in shallow right. The second baseman there, and Boyd will make the play over his left shoulder for the out. And now there's 2 outs here, and that'll bring up the left fielder, River Jackson. I'd like to thank some of our sponsors here for today's games, and main sponsors here for Boulder. As we would like to thank Alpine Bank, Boulder, WK Real Estate, and Hazel's Beverage World for the continued support of the Boulder Collegians. Next pitch is a drive into right center field. As going for it is the right fielder as Davis is there, and he'll make the catch for the third and final out. So no runs on, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on. We now head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Mile High leads it 3-2. Bottom half of the 5th inning here as Levi Tucker still on the bump here for Boulder here. Now in his 5th inning of work, he has put together a pretty solid outing. He's given up 3 runs so far, but he's looked good doing it. As the next pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. As Tucker's had a really good command of his fastball today. It's really been his main game. As the next pitch, a ground ball down the first base line, as that one will go foul. As we'll wind there, we'll keep it with him. At least you know what Blackman. So now the count 0-2. Next pitch on the way. Taken for strike 3 looking. He has had that fastball on lock all day. And that is his 4th strikeout looking on the game here for Levi Tucker. So now that's going to bring up Bradley Blakeman. All right, next on the way is a fight off ground ball as there's a fan over here to the right that ball is going right towards. Thankfully, the fence is there, so we're all good, all fine. So now ready, Tucker. 0-1 count. Next pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Quickly now ahead, 0-2. So we'll try it again here once more here for Blakeman, who's 0-1 strikeout looking his last time up. The next pitch gets away from the catcher Crow. That one was low. As the count now goes to 1-2. 1-2, 1 out as Mile High leads at a score of 3-2. Next pitch on the way. In the dirt. Good block there by Crow to keep it in front of him. Brings the count now even at 2-2. We had 5 straight strikes thrown by Levi Tucker, and then a couple of balls now is the 2-2. It's a ground ball, foul, right behind home plate. Had a high chop to it. Right where it's at, keeps it at 2-2. 1 out here in the inning. The Boulder currently trailing now 3-2. We're here in the bottom of the 5th inning as now next pitch on the way from Tucker. Just misses it outside corners. The count now runs full 3-2 as the ball goes off the glove of Tucker. He will go and retrieve it, but there's nobody on base, so nothing really to worry there. Boulder's still only 1 loss on the season. If this score holds, it'll be their 2nd. They lost one of the Fort Collins Foxes earlier. So 3-2. Misses for ball 4, so after being ahead in the count 0-2, Levi Tucker gets a walk here to Bradley Blakeman. And now there's a runner on at first here for Joseph Gutierrez, the shortstop, who struck out twice today, once swinging, once looking. 1 out here in the inning here as next pitch from Tucker. Swung on and missed. A mighty swing there by Gutierrez as the count now goes to 0-1. Tucker now another look over to first. Doesn't give you much time for any real color. Just goes right into work as next pitch is fouled off, and the count now goes to 0-2. Mind you, I'm not complaining. I like when he gets in this rhythm. He is so dominant once he does. The rain starting to come down once again here. The wind picking up a little. 0-2. Levi Tucker. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Another strikeout there for Levi Tucker, who has been absolutely dealing today through 4 2/3. As now that will bring up Tristan Martinez. Even though the offense hasn't been rewarding Levi as much here, he has still put together a good outing as Martinez comes up. First pitch, it's a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Tristan, he is 0-1 with a strikeout and a walk in this game. 2 outs here in the inning. 0-1 the count. Next pitch. Swung on and missed. And right now Tucker 1 out away from completing his 5th inning of work here today in Aurora, Colorado. 0-2 the count. Next pitch on the way. Taken for strike 3 looking, and that will end the inning. Levi Tucker strikes out the side as we head to the top half of the 6th. Mile High leads at a score of 3-2. All right, here, ladies and gentlemen, we are in another lightning delay here. We apologize for the inconvenience on this. We'll be back in a bit when we have a little bit more details on it. We have to take a mandatory at least 20 minutes. Make sure you stay with the stream. We'll be back in a bit here with Boulder Collegians baseball. Hello, everyone. Wanted to check in. This is Alex Clark here with you. We are still in our rain and lightning delay here, as we actually have had a few more here. We'll see how long this goes on for. We'll keep you updated. Again, scores 3-2, currently in favor of Mile High. So, again, stick with us here. When we have more details, we will get back to you. All right, hello everyone. I really hope that things are all going all right here with you, but we have more updates here as today's game has been officially rained out here. I don't know if there's any plan to try and get this done or taken care of in the future at all. If it's not, then we have a final score of 3-2 in favor of Mile High. Here, I'm not like right now. We've had a large amount of rain and lightning strikes here in the area, so I will record a post game here when I get back here to my place. Here, I apologize to everyone coming in. We're trying to make sure we keep everyone as safe as humanly possible here. But with that, we are going to end the stream here because we're trying to get all packed up so we can get out here at this point here. Thank you so much to everyone for tuning in. Make sure you look on YouTube, where I will be uploading something a little bit later for a little bit of post game on this. Thank you so much for tuning in. You have been watching Boulder Collegians Baseball on YouTube. Have a great night. Stay safe, and I hope to see you all real soon.